Right, welcome back, guys. Day 2. What a day we had yesterday, Martin. I'm shocked that you're actually up after last night. How you going?
It's not a train show, and I'm up at 7 o'clock on a Saturday morning, which is usually amazing. I might be asleep later on, but anyway, we'll see how that goes. But what a day yesterday was. That was a good opening. We had a few hiccups here and there, but we got through the day, and we had the first forum that we did last night, which I think worked out quite well. And we got a massive day today by the looks of it. So
yeah, I think we're in for a cracker of a day for a second day of the AR convention down here. I see we've got a few international guys up early on, and I reckon I'm going to dub day 2 as the technical day. I see there's a bit of technical electronic stuff and a few new things on remote operations. So I think we are in for a really great day, Martin.
Yeah, well, we're starting off with Dave in a little while. Dave Abel, he's all the way over in New Jersey, and he's going to give us a look at the Onondaga cutoff, which, if anybody's been looking on Facebook, has remote operating sessions. And I must say, I've been fortunate enough to take a train around there. Some people say that I actually crashed a train on the layout from the other side of the planet, but that's not exactly true. There's a little Englishman going around embellishing the story at the moment. So
I'd be interested, Martin, just while we're shooting the breeze for 5 minutes here. What was your thoughts on that operation session? How did you find it?
Oh, it was great. It was great fun. I mean, it was so simple to set up, and I had a video camera. I could actually see the trains on his layout, and it was quite interesting because you'd hit the light function on the particular loco I had at that time, and the delay between it actually happening on the video screen and me hitting the throttle here in Australia was maybe 2 seconds or so. So, it's not exactly instantaneous, but considering it's on the other side of the planet, it's pretty good for 2 seconds, I reckon.
Yeah, nice. It'll be interesting to see Dave's clinic, that's for sure. Dave's always a favourite out there on Facebook.
He is. And what does Lionel at the AML network call him? Uncle Dave. It's story time with Uncle Dave.
Yeah, interesting. Looking through the schedule here, Martin, I see for all those real fanatic technology freaks, I see we're going to have our mate Speed, and hopefully Dave down in Adelaide, South Australia, somewhere down that way, doesn't have any issues and he can jump on board too. And they're going to be talking about their MQ trains, which is a bit of cool software and a few devices to run on your layout.
Well, I hear there's someone in Lismore that's been experimenting with that stuff as well. So you never know, he might be jumping in and giving a few comments left, right, and centre.
Well, I don't know
So.
about experimenting. I've been thrown in the deep end, I think.
But then we've got Miles is coming back on, and he's Miles's workshop. I remember going to his place. I'll see if I can find a photo of his workshop, but I think it's got every conceivable tool and machine in there, from 3D printers to laser cutters to all sorts of bits and pieces. So he's got a selection of tools that he's going to be explaining and showing us how to use, which, knowing Miles, will always be entertaining. And then what we got in the afternoon, when we got our Australian guys come on, we've got Pat's coming to give us some history on Canberra railways, which is quite good. And Jerry is coming back to give us a clinic on how we do ops on the Great Northern. We've got Lloyd earlier on. Now, Lloyd comes from Canada, and Lloyd's a prolific interiors builder. So he's going to have some neat photos of his layout, and I believe in that there's some photos of interiors he's done. So yeah, there's a whole smattering of stuff. But like you said, it looks like a tech day today.
Yeah, so mid-afternoon looks like it's good. A few Aussie guys there, and then it looks like tonight we're going to round out with another panel show with remote operations as the topic. That'll be great. I believe I'm going to have some guys from the Silicon Valley guys in here. Hopefully Dave might even jump back on and join, and there'll be myself, you, and Gordy, which I think we've all had a bit of a go at this remote ops, and I believe also Dazzy J, all the way from down in South Australia. He's going to join us.
Yep,
it'll be an interesting conversation.
Model Railroad Technique. So Dazzy's going to be interesting because he's going to bring a European bent to the scenario, because he uses DigiKeys, and he uses the train controller software, where all the rest of us basically are JMRI converts and the likes. So
yeah,
and then we've got Gordy coming up in the evening doing us a clinic on layout design with any rail. So
yeah,
all the way from a rock in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, we're going to get a clinic. So
exactly. And then as last night, we'll round out the night with another quiz show. I tell you what, that was something new for us, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. So I hope everyone else liked it.
Yeah, even though there were a few dubious questions in there, I mean, my highly qualified and vetted Chinese quiz making software obviously came up with a couple of wrong answers that I neglected to go and check. So I've done some fact checking on tonight's quiz, and I can just about say they're 100% correct. But it's me, so it's never 100% correct.
Righto. So before we keep going any further and get our first clinician in here, how about we do a bit of housekeeping, Martin? I see we've got the virtual lobby set up over there at the moment.
Yep. Yeah, the virtual lobby's up and running. So during the convention, the 3 days remaining, you can go over at any time. If there's a bunch of you want to get into a room and have a chat, and you can see each other and share documents and photos, so it's a good place for people who haven't caught up in a while to get together. You can enter and leave that as many times as you want. It'll be open all weekend. After you've been there, you can come back and watch a clinic or the likes. If we get it right today, we may even do an announcement every time the clinic's going to start. So we'll go over to the room and tell you. It'd be like someone coming out into the foyer and yelling out that the 38 class clinic's about to start in here. So if you want to get in, come on in.
I believe we also might have a special event going on over in there with the rail fanning from America around dinner time tonight.
Exactly. Around dinner time, we've got young Jordan Kramer, who's over in Cincinnati, and he's going to go and take his mobile gear and do some rail fanning around, and he's going to stream that into one of the rooms there. So around dinner time, you could drop over there and maybe check out some whatever Jordan's looking at. He said where he's going to tonight is usually fairly busy, so that should be good.
That'd be good.
And we've also got a remote ops session or a remote running session running with the Silicon Valley lines today as well. So there's been, I believe, 10 people from the Australian region have signed up to Silicon Valley lines, and they're going to be running trains over there. So you never know, during the day we might pop over and see who's running and see if there's any disasters, because remember, the trains run on the wrong side of the rails in America, just like the cars, you know. So there we go. I'm going to get comments over that now. There'll be more comments coming in. There'll be thumbs down for that comment. Anyway,
I think that's about it. So as per usual NMRAx style, and as of yesterday, we will be breaking this up into 3 segments, part 1, 2, and 3. We'll announce it an hour before we're going to do that, and also just before we cut the stream. So I'll throw a few links into the virtual lobby, and we'll cut to some ads, and we'll get our first clinician on here very shortly, unless you've got something else to add, Martin.
Oh, the only thing I'm going to say is get prepared for today and tomorrow by going to the YouTube channel and subscribing and hitting the notification bell. Doing that, every time we restart the stream, you'll get a message, and your phone will probably go ding because you've clicked the bell, and you can click that link and come straight back into the new stream.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So we'll cut to a few ads, and we'll be back very shortly on the top of the hour.
See ya. Okay, so here we are. I'm back again, and I must admit we've got some electron problems. We've got a connection problem trying to get a hold of Dave and get his internet stable. So, unfortunately, as per doing things live, this is what's happened. So, Brad's got a backup clinic there from the NMRAx vault. I believe it's on 3D printing. It's quite an interesting one, actually. So we're going to put that on, and we're going to endeavour to get the lines between us and Jersey together so that we can get Dave on here. So I guess you better roll it, Brad.
No problems.
Hey, this is Neil coming to you from the Big Island of Hawaii, and here to introduce Dave Ackerman, who's out of the Gateway Division, I think in St. Louis, Missouri. He's been a HO DCC freelance builder of his railroad, but is a former retired computer scientist, not former retired, I guess you're just a retired computer scientist. And unlike a lot of us, or I guess like a lot of us, you have a lot of similar interests to the rest of us. You have children, you enjoy woodworking, you're a classically trained baritone singer, and I can't wait to hear this presentation. Thanks, Dave. Welcome.
Well, thank you. And thank you for everybody who's listening in today. This presentation will be a little bit different because it is pre-recorded. And at the end, we will open it up for questions and answers. So we've got about 46 minutes of video here about how I got involved with 3D printing. And I look forward to sharing my initial experiences with everyone. So could we roll tape? Welcome to this clinic on what you can do with a 3D printer in model railroading. So, what are we going to cover today? How about things like how I came to decide that I would invest in my own 3D printer, what it is going to cost, the most important factor in buying a 3D printer, where to go for designs you can print, things I learned about how to keep my printer and myself happy, and some design secrets for things I created myself. Before we go too far, here is my 3D printer, an Ender 3 Pro, which I bought from Micro Center in July 2020. And here are some of the objects I have printed successfully. Some I obtained from libraries, and some I designed myself. And here are some of the objects that were not so successful. 3D printing can be frustrating. You can take as many notes as you like, but be advised there is a handout with what I consider to be the main points at my website at http://daacam.github.io. Information on other clinics I have taught can be found there as well. But today, I would like to share my observation that using a 3D printer is kind of like stages of love. There are several stages: curiosity, commitment, learning to love, raising a family, sharing secrets, and mastery of relationships. Like love, it will be expensive, complex, but can be highly rewarding if you are willing to invest and learn. I know you are already curious about 3D printing and model railroading because here you are, watching a webinar on the topic. You've probably watched several other YouTube videos as well, maybe browsed Amazon for printers, or have some magazine articles hidden away. It's time you have a conversation with Uncle Dave about the facts of life of 3D printing and model railroading. So sit down and listen. If you think that 3D printing is as simple as it appears in videos and magazines, you are mistaken and will be frustrated. If you think 3D printing is quick, You are as mistaken as trying to time paint drying with a stopwatch. If you think that 3D printing will save you money, you are mistaken and will waste money. But if you think 3D printing will make your railroad more fascinating and unique, and are willing to invest and grow with it, maybe you and 3D printing might have a future together. Like DCC, 3D printing is a sub-hobby all by itself, and I have a poem for you. DCC is frustrating, 3D printing is too. If you can't handle one, you can't handle two. So, how does 3D printing work? To make something with a 3D printer, you need to have a model and either use a service bureau or have slicer software and access to a 3D printer. A model is a collection of three-dimensional objects, such as cubes and cylinders, which together represent a shape you wish to create. Models can be created in computer-aided design software, and entry-level CAD software is often free. Or models can be downloaded from massive online libraries of models. Models often exist in the STL file format for stereolithography. Service bureaus are companies who have internet sites where you upload your STL models and they will print them for you for a somewhat reasonable fee and a large elapsed time. Otherwise, if you have access to a 3D printer, you can feed your models into a slicer, which will convert your model into a multitude of instructions for where to deposit a series of layers of filament with your printer. These instructions are called G-code. If all goes well, after 10 minutes to 24 hours, you may have created a trash can or the parts to construct an HO building. For my first project, I decided I wanted to create walls and floors for a 3-story building, into which I would add LEDs for random lighting. I downloaded Tinkercad design software, measured the internal dimensions of my Woodland Scenics building, and in about 5 hours I had learned enough to have a model I liked. I also learned that building size models can take between 6 to 24 hours to print. So staying in a library waiting for something to print was not going to happen, even if I could find a library which had a 3D printer, a rare beast in the St. Louis metro area. So I uploaded my model to the MakeXYZ.com website, and after several iterations it worked. But the model was big and expensive to print. Each iteration cost about $40 and 2 weeks of elapsed time from submission to delivery. Should I really consider buying my own printer? What is it going to cost? You can spend anywhere from $140 to several thousands of dollars on the printer itself. I was willing to spend $300 for my first printer, and for that I bought a machine that could print objects 220 millimeters by 220 millimeters in the X and Y dimension and 250 millimeters in height. It has a heated bed, aka a build platform, which makes it easier to separate the printed object from the platform. It has one extrusion system, which means it can print in only one color at a time. It can print using PLA, polylactic acid filament, a plant-based and environmentally friendly product which is readily available in about 3 dozen colors. PLA is generally available for about $25 per kilogram roll, and a truck or other HO feature might weigh 25 grams, making the object cost less than $1 in filament. Rolls smaller than a kilogram are also available. But if you want to print in colors other than white, and you don't like to paint them, you will be buying multiple rolls of filament. Yes, you can sometimes buy filament in multi-packs with multiple colors, but sometimes the quality is not as good, with the loops of filament on the rolls sticking to each other and not feeding properly into the extruder. So do the math. Good filament in multiple colors can run several hundreds of dollars. Designing your own models is not for sissies, but you don't necessarily have to design them yourself. You can visit a library, search for an object of interest, and download as many as you like for printing anywhere you like. Library objects are like the women I dated in high school and college. There are millions of them. And instead of checking them out, you can download them and they are yours forever, with many of them being free. I visited Thingiverse.com and did a search using the keyword dumpster. And dozens of images popped to my screen, most of them free. When I clicked on them, a download button appeared, and when I clicked on the button, Thingiverse would send them to the download folder on my PC, generally in the form of a zip folder. Inside the zip folder was a Files folder containing a single STL file I could scale or print. Sometimes the zip file would contain multiple files for individual components of the entire project. I like to keep a clean download folder, so I would take the STL files and aggregate them into a topical folder on my hard drive, probably naming the folder something like dumpster. But like potato chips, it's hard to stop at one, so I often ended up downloading several different images, deciding later which one I wanted to actually print. But once an object is retrieved, there is no guarantee that it is sized to meet your needs. So that is where some design software, like Tinkercad, comes into play. So visit the site, click on the button to create a new design, and then on the Import button to import a STL or OBJ file. Tinkercad will give you the opportunity to scale it to a desired size. Even after the object is imported, it can be further resized. Once satisfied with the size, the resultant resized image must be exported to another STL file in your Downloads folder for eventual printing. While Tinkercad is great for resizing these library images, it won't let you edit them. Thingiverse is by no means the only 3D library. There is also 3dwarehouse.sketchup.com, which has millions of objects of its own, some of them free. Like Tinkercad, SketchUp is another piece of design software, and the 2017 version is free. 3D Warehouse images are often stored in SketchUp's proprietary file format, which means they can be modified and eventually can be exported into STL files for printing. But I have been less than totally successful with printing objects from the 3D Warehouse library for reasons I have yet to understand. Tinkercad has its own library of designs. The Gallery tab on the Tinkercad dashboard allows you to enter keywords and retrieve objects from its library. Indeed, some of the objects you see in this tutorial are available by selecting the People option and then searching for David Ackman. The libraries keep on a-coming. TurboSquid is another one I like, although many of their objects come with a fee. Libraries and service bureaus sound like a fantastic idea, but appearances can be deceiving. When downsized to HO scale, many of the objects can lose integrity. When I tried to print some dumpsters, the walls became too thin to use. When I tried to print motorcycles, the wheel spokes and handlebars melted into mush. And the turnaround time it took for a model to be fabricated and delivered to my door was more than I could tolerate. So, just like some of the girls that I dated, the overall experience turned out to be something other than I thought it might be. But the experience was pleasant enough that I decided to buy a 3D printer. I was ready for commitment. Commitment. But where to begin? Amazon, of course. A search for 3D printers uncovered 209 of them, from $139.99 to over $15,000. I had already decided I was willing to spend up to $300, but wanted a rating of at least 4 stars. I saw that there were close to 70 options under $300. I had a starting point. I fell in love with the unit from Monoprice, their cadet model. Its videos on YouTube suggested that it was simple enough for children, and their reviewers seemed to like it well enough. It advertised a self-leveling bed, which seemed attractive for a newbie like me. Its build plate was limited to 100 millimeters on a side, kind of small, but as a first-timer I was willing to overlook that limitation. I ordered one, and it arrived in 2 days, dead on arrival. Several hours in chat with their technical support, and the determination was that I should send it back to Amazon for replacement. The replacement arrived in 2 days, and it worked for a week, then again failed. No amount of thoughts, prayers, or online chats could bring it back to life. So it was again returned, this time for a refund. That leads us to the most important factor in buying a 3D printer. Make sure you have 30 days to return it for a full refund. I was sure glad Amazon had a 30-day satisfaction guarantee, because I learned not all commitments are going to last. Sadder but wiser, I returned to Amazon, and this time noticed that many of the printers in my price range looked similar, but were just offered from different resellers. I learned that the underlying model was an Ender 3 from Creality. It was offered as a base Ender 3 model and also an upgraded Ender 3 Pro. The YouTube videos seemed supportive, so I ordered and received an Ender 3 Pro for $250. But before unpacking, I received an email from Micro Center offering the same model for $200. So back my unit went to Amazon, and off I went to Micro Center and bought the unit I am using now. Turns out that Creality was about to release version 2 of the Ender 3 with even more features than my Pro version, but for about $60 more. Most of the V2 features can be purchased for the Pro as aftermarket items, and I was unwilling to wait. I bought an Ender 3 Pro. If I had to do it over again, I would buy the V2, again from Micro Center. But the time between when I purchased the unit and the V2 was available on the street, I got about 4 weeks of good experience and am satisfied with my purchase. Now it's time for learning to love. Now that you have decided which printer you think you want, but before you shell out your hard-earned cash, spend a couple of hours on YouTube and view some videos on how to unbox and set it up. You will save time and maybe some frustration. Just enter the name of the model you are considering and words like unbox or set up. Other words like problems and troubleshooting can be illuminating as well. No one is perfect, and neither are any 3D printers. It takes time to learn the little things that make a relationship successful and happy, and I call this phase learning to love. For starters, my 3D printer came with some assembly required. The instructions were a series of illustrated steps without any narrative. Think IKEA. But the requisite tools were included, and assembly took less than an hour. In retrospect, I was glad it was not plug and play, because I learned a bit about the internals. The unit could be connected directly to a PC as a USB printer, but I chose the option to drive the printer from the SD card that came with the printer. The SD card even came with some demonstration files on it. I leveled the print bed and inserted the SD card. I loaded some PLA filament into the extruder and turned the machine on. The display sprang to life. The actions are controlled by turning a knob and pushing the knob when the desired action is highlighted. I selected a model to print, and things started happening. I was printing an object. Success! I admit it. I had grandchildren with me that weekend, and I spent the next 2 days downloading and printing Pokemon characters and bathtub boats for their amusement. But it got me going, and I suggest you start by doing the same thing. A word to the wise. You will go through more than one extruder nozzle, so buy some spares. I bought a box of 2 dozen from Amazon for my Ender 3 Pro, and I'm glad I did. I also bought extra brass extruder wheels. These parts are considered expendables. While you are at it, buy a kilogram roll of white 1.75 millimeter PLA filament. Not much of this comes with the printer. I like filament from Airy One from Amazon. Tool-wise, if you need to change a nozzle, a 1/4 inch ratchet wrench with a 6 millimeter socket will come in handy. But I had been warned. The YouTube videos told me that not only would I have things to learn myself, I would soon find things about my new love which were not particularly lovely. A YouTuber named Just Vlad had warned me that I would soon find shortcomings in her physical being, which, left unaddressed, would soon become difficult to ignore. After the first week of heavy usage, her shortcomings needed to be addressed, and fortunately there were 2 kits from Amazon, which together, for about $35, helped straighten her out. The 4 springs that controlled the leveling of the bed were too weak, and several times a leveling handle just fell off, rendering the bed off level. It was a simple task to remove the wheels and replace the springs with stronger ones in the kit. The kit also included a new 330 millimeter Bowden tube from Capricorn, which was an improvement. The metal Mark 8 alignment mechanism was a nice upgrade from the original plastic one, and the Z-axis upper bearing provided extra support for its drive rod. There was a shim in the Thingiverse library, Thing 2752080, which I was able to print to better align the Z-axis stepper motor. I strongly encourage everyone to watch Ender 3 YouTube videos from Just Vlad to see him install these and other upgrades. He is a wizard. The machine was a lot easier to get along with after I gave her more support. But enough about where my 3D printer had to change. I needed to learn a thing or two myself. If you are using your own printer, you will need to learn about a step called slicing. Slicing is a software step which takes the STL file created by a CAD program and transforms its contents into a G-code file containing instructions to tell the printer where to move the axes and how much filament to extrude. A version of the Cura slicing program came with my printer, but it was at least 3 major releases behind the version that was available for free on the web. So I quickly downloaded the current release and set aside the one from the printer vendor, although I do return to it occasionally when the newer version has trouble with the model. The slicer program does require you to tell it what printer you are using. After that, it is little more than opening an STL file, clicking on the Slice button, and saving the G-code file to your SD card or hard disk for eventual printing. There are options, the most common being selection of the quality you want, setting the temperature specifications of your filament, and what type of build plate adhesion you want. If the object has legs, such as found on a dumpster or table, you may want a raft to make sure the object does not separate from the bed. But if the surface of the object is flat, like the back of a wall, then no special adhesion may be required. There are about 6 other settings in the slicer that might be useful to me once I learn how to use them. Leveling the bed must be done during the assembly process and regularly thereafter. The replacement springs helped hold the bed in place, but I still level the bed after about every 10 hours or so of printing. It takes less than 2 minutes to do so and is well worth the effort. If prints don't want to adhere to the bed, leveling is one of the several things I check. Another is scrubbing down the bed with isopropyl alcohol, 91%, after each large print. And I do mean scrub, not wipe down. Oils on the magnetic cover will get you every time, and the result will be a spaghetti monster. I generally watch the extruder deposit the first layer before walking away. If the first layer is solid, you have about a 90% chance that everything above it will be stable. Inserting filament into the extruder motor mechanism is easier once you learn to cut the end square and straighten about 2 inches of filament before trying to load it. Since the filament comes on a roll, it has a certain curve to it, and if not straightened, makes it almost impossible to get it into the Bowden tube. Sometimes it helps to rotate the filament a bit. If it takes me more than 3 tries to get it threaded into the Bowden tube, either I didn't straighten the filament enough, or I am pressing too hard on the mechanism lever. You will learn with experience. And not all filaments are created equal. In the beginning, I wanted as many colors as I could afford, so I bought a multi-pack from Gizmo Dorks, and was not as pleased as I had hoped, mainly because the filament tend to get stuck on the spool and break, which of course ruined the print. I have been happy with the smooth running filament from Everyone, and it tends to be my filament of choice. I bought a 3-pack of metallic filaments, gold, silver, and copper, sold by a company with the strange name of HZST3D, and was pleased with the result. Mica 3D makes some good filament, but it is just a little bit sticky, so I have taken to unrolling several meters of filament from the roll at the beginning of the job, re-rolling it back before printing actually starts, and then repeating this exercise several times during the job, especially if it is a large job. All of the above are sold through Amazon. Finally, I like the deep colors from Coax, made in the USA, but you will have to search for them on the web, as Amazon does not carry their brand. I have been successful spray painting my 3D prints and painting with brush-on acrylics. I have had no trouble with gluing 3D parts to each other or to styrene with either CA or bonding. I learned the hard way that PLA filament rolls should be stored in airtight containers, along with desiccant packets. Otherwise, they will absorb water and require drying before they can be used. Before long, it was time to start raising a family of HO parts for my railroad. Again, I went to the libraries and downloaded and printed some detail parts, including cats and dogs, awnings, trash cans, tires, dumpsters, cars, trucks, motorcycles, boats, and small buildings, with varying success. Success seems to be related to how much I needed to alter the scale. If an object needs to be reduced by more than 50%, I am asking for trouble. The components that are small to begin with, like cable wires, wheel spokes, and window frames, are often too fragile to survive. My best luck seemed to be from Thingiverse, when I included HO scale in the search criteria. Things like dumpsters, which I expected would scale well down to even 10%, often look fragile when printed. But there are so many good models out there that you will probably want to push the envelope anyway. Just be advised. I did want to share a few models I downloaded and printed from Thingiverse, which turned out well. There was a series of houses from K.A. Brumble, which turned out quite well. Among the first I printed were the Ionia, the Dayton, and the HO scale tenant's house, and I liked the results. He has about a dozen more high-quality houses and buildings on Thingiverse. I also liked the miner's cottage from Badger Breath. For accessories, I liked HO scale travel trailers, HO scale office trailer, HO scale picnic table, gazebo, and containers HO scalable V4, and many more. I was disappointed that I found so few HO vehicles. I print most of these in white to minimize filament changes, and gluing pieces painted with spray paint has not been a problem. It's no secret that I was successful in 3D printing some of my own designs, so may I share a few? My first original creation was a building interior I used in my amazing Arduino animations clinic. This interior is designed to separate rooms and floors, allowing each room to be lit independently. The trickiest part of any printing is to make sure the object sticks to the build plate, and for best results, I designed the object such that the largest flat surface lays directly on the build plate. In this case, the back wall of the interior is on the plate, with the walls, floors, and ceiling growing up from it. I learned that, at least in Tinkercad, it is not enough for walls and floors to meet. They must actually intersect. Consider a building where there is 35 millimeters between the top of one floor and the bottom of the next floor. For our purposes, assume that the floors are 2 millimeters thick. How tall should the walls be? 35 millimeters? Such touching joints did not work for me, but 39 millimeter walls, walls that actually penetrated the floors above and below, did. This is actually easier to do than it sounds, because Tinkercad has an align function that makes it easy. Once in place, I group all the walls and floors to make a single unit, then print. I use 5-volt LEDs on a roll to light my rooms, and control them with an Arduino microprocessor. I decorated the walls with images I downloaded from the internet and attached with rubber cement. Hot tubs were not really a thing back in my transition era layout, but I always wanted one in real life, so I decided to design one. It's really nothing more than a bunch of cylindrical solids and holes. My wife insisted, for safety's sake, the tub should have steps and a handrail. Brown paint decorated the outside of the tub, white the inside, add unpainted seated figures covered with swimsuits and COVID-19 masks, and voila! We had a socially distanced soaking experience. I used clear silicone caulk and a drop of clear blue paint for the water, swirling a toothpick to simulate waves and bubbles. About 15 minutes ago, we discussed how Slicer software transforms 3D objects into instructions for a 3D printer in a format called G-code. I am a curious kind of guy, and I wondered what G-code looked like. Did you know that Microsoft Word will let you look into the contents of files other than a document? It's true. So let's start Microsoft Word. Do a File, Open. Navigate to a directory of interest. Tell Word we want to open files that end in .gcode. And there some are, and we can read them. Now, what can we learn from what we see? The first thing I learned is that anything after a semicolon is a comment, so the printer will ignore the rest of that line. Marlin is firmware running inside my Ender 3, and the first line confirms that the G-code should be operable by any printer running Marlin. Line 2 is another comment, which gives an approximation of how long, in seconds, it will take to print the file. This number is pretty accurate, so just divide the number by 3600 to get the approximate print time in hours. A bit lower, we see the minimum and maximum values for the travel of the X, Y, and Z axes. Pay particular attention to the max Z entry, which for my hot tub is 19.4 millimeters, the maximum height of the handrail. Just for curiosity's sake, be aware that the G0 commands move the extruder to a new location but without extruding filament, and the G1 lines move and extrude at the same time. Lines that begin with an M are miscellaneous functions, and not all 3D printers understand the full set of M commands. An overview of the Marlin firmware is online at http://www.marlinfw.org under the About Marlins tab. The complete G-code language definition can be found at http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/g-code. Next, I decided my layout room needed a herald of my layout, the Baden, Vogt, and De Smet, the 3 elementary schools I attended as a child. But what was I going to use for typography? My official logo uses Windows Algerian typeface, and Tinkercad is limited to 3 pretty nondescript fonts. Time for trick number 1, a little complicated but very effective. I used PowerPoint's text box tool and entered the name of my railroad, Baden, Vogt, and De Smet, on 3 lines and indented. I changed the font to Algerian and increased the font size to 100 points, about enough to occupy the entire page. I clicked on File, then Save As, and down at the bottom, where it says Save As Type, I selected a PDF file type and clicked the Save button. Since that was the only thing in this particular presentation, the name of the railroad was all that was saved. But if you desire, you could use the Options button to save just the current selection or a specific page. But so what? Tinkercad doesn't know how to import a PDF file. True, but the anyconv.com website does know how to convert PDF files into STL files, which Tinkercad can import. So I opened anyconv.com, navigated to the PDF file which contained my Algerian text, told anyconv that I wanted it converted to STL format, and hit the Convert button. Once converted, I hit the Download button, and immediately my PDF file was converted into an STL object and placed in my Downloads folder, which can then be imported into Tinkercad. In Tinkercad, I imported the new STL incarnation of my railroad name. The text is tiny, so I upped the scale factor from 100 to 10,000 and started the import. Once the import was completed, I reduced the height of my text to 2 millimeters and lifted the text to 2 millimeters off the build plate. I rotated the text 45 degrees and moved it into my desired position. My extruder can extrude only one color filament at a time, but I can't export just certain parts into printable objects for the slicer. So I first exported the purple field into one file, and next the gold rim and text into another. My plan was to print the purple file, and when it completes, I'll change the filament to gold and print the second one on top. Well, not quite. What I did not know, and quickly learned, is that if an object is floating in air, like the gold rim and lettering, the Cura slicer will drop it to the build plate before extruding, and when I tried to print the gold layer, the hot nozzle quickly plowed its way through the purple field, like a drunken farmer on a 300 horsepower John Deere. I quickly stopped the print. After totally clogging my printer's hot end, I learned how to clean it by visiting YouTube and searching for Bowden Tube Gap by Tom Tullis from the Tomb of 3D Printed Horrors. I ended up removing the extruder fan, scraping solidified filament from the hot end, removing the nozzle, reaming the hot end with the Bowden tube, and putting it all back together. I was sure glad I bought extra 0.4 millimeter nozzles because the old one was pretty shot. Despite the strange name of his website, Tom Tullis has a lot of useful operational hints, so you might want to browse what he has. But I was determined to find a way to extrude one layer over another, and the following is trick number 2. Remember when we were investigating the innards of a G-code file? We saw that the maximum height of my hot tub was 19.4 millimeter. I opened the G-code file containing the purple field and saw its max Z was 2.0 millimeters. Well, it turns out that there is an M206 function in the Marlin language which can offset the height of all following extruder movements by some desired height. I opened the second file, the one containing the brim and lettering, and scrolled down about 28 lines until I saw a line like G92 E0 semicolon reset extruder. Note that there are 2 of these lines at the beginning of the file, and I decided to place my cursor following the second of these, the one after draw the second line. Following the word extruder, I hit the Enter key from the keyboard to start a new line, then typed M206 Z-1.98 and saved the file. Don't forget the dash character between the Z and the offset amount of 1.98 millimeters. When saving the file, Microsoft Word will challenge us that we might really want to change the file type into a standard Word document, but we want to keep it in clear text, so we click on the Yes button, indicating we really know what we are doing. Remember, this G-code was created by the Cura 4.6.2 slicer, and different slicers will create different G-code. If you choose to use a different slicer or even a different CAD package, it is up to you to adapt the technique to your needs. But I am confident that the technique should work in many different environments. Why an offset of 1.98 millimeters? I like to use an offset of 0.02 millimeters from the maximum height of the underlying field. Thus, 2 millimeters minus 0.02 millimeters is 1.98, and I use that as my offset for this layering trick. That is enough to let the heat of the extruder bond the upper gold layer with the underlying purple layer, yet not too much to cause the extruder to destroy the lower layer. By the way, 0.02 millimeters is also 20 microns, less than half the thickness of the most slender human hair. Next, I used a similar overlay technique to create a billboard for radio station KDMR, which delivers news, farm reports, and sports to the surrounding area. Yes, I could have printed the call letters and station formats separately and then glued them to its backer board, but once I learned the overlay technique, I kind of like using it. The billboard design and support legs are available on Tinkercad under my name. Once I got the hang of it, I made some additional heralds for friends. I am getting pretty good at consistent success with my Ender 3 Pro. Keeping my magnetic bed scrubbed down with 91% isopropyl alcohol made a big difference in object adhesion. I still level the bed regularly, but I am down to every other day. I don't crash the nozzle into the underlying object anymore when doing layered prints. I store my filament in plastic bags with desiccant. I am having a lot of fun. Next month, my wife and I will celebrate 48 years of marriage and consider myself to be approaching mastery. I still have less than 6 months of 3D printing under my belt, and in no way do I yet consider myself as having mastered the art of 3D printing. There is still so much to learn. I am convinced there is potential here for quite a lot of future projects in model railroading, both my own and from many other modelers. If you would like to have a handout containing the major points of this clinic, please visit my website at http://daackm.github.io or email me at ackmans@charter.net. I expect that in 30 years, 3D printers will be as ubiquitous in the home as personal computers are today. Right now, the path is not easy. The road is expensive, but the journey is its own reward. Thanks for joining me along the road.
Okay, that was a great video there, Dave. I'll hand it over to Neil for any questions.
Agreed, Dave, and thank you for sharing all that. There were a number of questions, and first off was, why did you choose PLA or FDM over resin?
Well, PLA was something that my printer could handle, and I started with that, and I haven't taken it any further. The Ender 3 Pro can do ABS, but I haven't given it a try, or PETG or anything like that.
I see. Is it, you know, if there's advantages over one type of material over another?
Well, there certainly is. PLA can be a little brittle, but it's inexpensive, and it's something that's worked for me so far.
That sounds great. We were talking a little bit offline about the possibility of rescaling models, and so you mentioned some things that I think is important that you share about going bigger to smaller and vice versa.
Yeah, if I have a larger model and I try to scale it down to HO, it may not work for me very well. Some of the things which were maybe a half millimeter wide to begin with. When scaled down, may be down at 0.2 millimeter. However, I made a interesting discovery today. I had a car interior. Here's a dining car that I thought was in HO, but was in N. But if you start with something that's smaller and then blow it up, it'll probably work fairly well. So downscales can be problematic. Upscales may be opportunities.
All right. Well, that answers that. And we talked a little bit about head sizes in your video. It talks about a 0.04 nozzle head. So have these gotten better? I mean, you can use smaller ones for different scales like N scale.
You know, maybe in 6 months I may give it a try, but still, as a newbie, the only nozzle size I've used was a 0.4, which is the one that came with it. And I've bought more of them as well. So I'm going to stick with that nozzle size for right now.
Gotcha. There was a question about someone named Andy Ambrose who might be printing things for people in the Texas division. Are you familiar with Andy?
Okay, so we're back in the studio, and we've been in communications with Dave. We believe that they've been hit by a big thunderstorm out his way, and it's proven hard to get hold of him, so we think his internet's down at the moment. But what we're going to do is we're going to work on trying to reschedule him and his clinic. So keep listening during the day. When we have messages, we'll let you know when that clinic will be on, but we'll try and get it on later on this afternoon or tomorrow morning. But look who we've got here. All the way from Kansas City is MMR number 90, if I got it right this time. And
yep.
Miles Hale, and he's going to show us some interesting tools and tips for model railroading. So I'll hand it over to you, Miles.
Thank you very much, brother. You guys before the show you saw that Fran came in and she's going out on her walk. So that means that I'm here all by myself. So I appreciate you having me in, but I'm going to get on the computer and order some tools. So see you guys later. No, that's not right. Got to play while the mice are away, right?
Yep.
This clinic tonight has a little bit different of a slant than what normally has been coming across, I think, on the airways and on the printed matter from the NMRA and others. Everybody's suggesting the cool tools, you know, the ear force nips that reach down into buildings and put things. And there's some really unusual tools. And one hobby that I've gotten into lately is collecting antique tools. I'm fascinated by the mechanical ingenious ideas that inventors had back turn of the century and before. And one prime example was a speed wrench that has a slide on it. I should have brought it down here. It has two threads on it. One's a right hand, one's a left hand. Left hand runs the jaws, right hand is your adjustment. And since the two fight each other, you can just slide it up, the jaws open up and they lock in that position. I got it for $29.95 off of eBay. It's about a 1910 invention. And I got a flyer last week from some company advertising this new wrench that has this double screw system. And for only $129, you can buy the same wrench. So what goes around comes around. But this clinic is a little bit different. This clinic is about the other side of my life. Obviously, I was a model railroader from the time I was knee-high to a duck. I started with my dad in American Flyer S scale, like so many others did, either Lionel, American Flyer, Marks, whatever you happened to have as a kid. But then about, I guess I was about 30 or so, 25, I branched out and became a professional model maker. I had a chance to open a company with John Lawrence, and we did special effects, props, logos, controlled motion devices for the film and television industry across the Southwest, mostly out of Texas. And in that process, I learned something very, very quickly. John and I were both in contests and we were both trying to win, and we were getting better and better, hopefully, as model railroaders go. I'm not so sure I ever quite equaled his ability, but we tried. And one thing that I found out very quickly when we started building this humongous city for U.S. homes, it was about, I think it was 20 feet by 20 feet, and the city itself was 10 by 10. It was supposed to be downtown Houston, so we had these HO-sized buildings and O-scale buildings that were like the ones in my railroad in there that you saw last night. And John was working industriously making this beautiful model. And it became very evident to all of us very quick. I had 6 model makers, including Al Booz and a bunch of other people from the San Antonio area working with me, that we had to adopt the philosophy, it's good enough. Now, the other thing that I learned was it has to be quick. I cannot take a year to build one building on this set that's due in 6 weeks. It's just not possible. So professional model makers look for, how can I do it quicker? How can I do it easier? But how can I still keep my accuracy? And that's what this clinic is about, is tools that allow you to go faster and with more accuracy. My apologies to everyone. John and I have always said we don't like clinics where they say, all you need is a nuclear reactor and you can do this process. Well, it's not nuclear reactors, but this is not cheap hardware. So bear with me tonight. This is going to be some tools that are really kind of more on the high end side. I'm going to start off with some safety and some, I have to see what I'm working on. These are my viewers from way back. I'm going to give you a better view, hopefully. These are my viewers from way back when. These are metal. They are from, I think it's Dugan or whatever it is, the company that makes these guys nowadays. And these had glass lenses in them. I still like them. I don't like them when I first put them on because it's all metal and it's cold. It's cold on my forehead, but I really like them once I get it on. These, of course, are the ones that you can buy from Micromark and the hobby shops and whatever, and they have different lenses. I think 3, 4, and 5 magnification. They may even have a 7 now. I'm not sure. So they're really good, except that one thing that they do is they focus extremely close. So if you go to your doctor, you notice that he's all the time focusing at 18 or 24 inches away. He's not on top right in your face. He's out here working. And a few years ago at one of the national conventions, the Rose Micro Solutions had a booth. And these are viewers. Go back to this camera. These are viewers that are made just exactly like the ones that your doctor, dentist, whatever, will use. They're mounted on safety glasses, and they are made to the distance that you want them to be. So you can tell them 12 inches or 13 or 14 inches. I think I told these that I spec these at about 13 inches. And yeah, they're 3.5 power, 3.5. And they can be adjusted in and out to align with the center of your eyes. They can be tilted so that you get an absolutely perfect view with them. I found them extremely difficult to use. They are extremely good, but difficult. And the reason is my 40 years of using this guy, because I'm used to having it right here. And all of a sudden I was working out here. And getting my arms trained to work at that 14, 15, 16 inches was really difficult. So be aware that you want to try these at a show before you go laying out to $100 to $200 or more to get them. But they are extremely good. And the optics on these obviously is far better even than the ones here or the plastic ones that I had back there. The advantage is if you splash something on the plastic lenses, the lesser priced ones, just get a new lens for $15, $20, you're back in business. But these are extremely good. They do come from Rose Micro Solutions. And I would recommend that you go to the website, just Rose Micro Solutions, and look them up. They're really good. The next thing I want to talk about is this guy, and he's also a little bit unusual. This is a hot knife, and the difference in this hot knife and a lot of others, I think Micromark and some of the others have hot knives out there for sale. If I can get this thing to open up. Why I'm having so much trouble. There we go. Kind of sort of start. There we go. There we go. All right. So the advantage to this particular hot knife, I should have brought my kit with it. It has blades that are straight, so I can see the best. This one is a 6-inch straight. They make a 3-inch straight. They make a absolute V1. They make a U-shaped one. They're made to cut out for EMT conduit to make grooves in the styrofoam. Excuse me. Last night has not left me. Still coughing. Outsolation is one thing that they're doing here in the States. They're putting styrofoam on the outside of the building now as insulation. They stucco over that. Before they stucco it, they have to shape it. So they make V-grooves in it to make it look like it's slabs or whatever. This is an extremely good hot knife. It runs about $200. The disadvantage to it is that you must use it on and off, on and off. If you just hold this on and don't let go, this front section will melt, and it pretty much destroys the front of the knife. So you have to learn to turn it on and off. I loaned one to, I have two of these. I loaned one to a friend of mine that was a model railroader, and it came back with this all distorted, and I had to go back into some repairs. But it takes some getting used to. But if you're going to put down the white EPS board as part of your layout, this is phenomenal because it has a very stiff blade that's very easy to shove in. One thing that you can't do with the hot wires, because they're double-ended, you can't plunge them. They don't go in. This will. And this will also make creeks and riverbeds and all kinds of other things. So it's a really fascinating thing. It comes from Demand Products, D-E-M-A-N-D, out of Atlanta, Georgia. And you can look for Demand Products online, and this little guy will come up. A phenomenal knife. I used the heck out of it. Obviously, if I went and bought two of them, I do. This one is one that comes out of Canada. I'm not limited in where I go to find my tools. This one comes from Canada. It is machined CNC. It is a sander, and I've got it on a clicker here that holds it absolutely rock solid on the thing. I want to take my microphone, and I'm going to cheat a little bit. I'm going to hold it down here, and you can listen. You heard that, right? No, you didn't, because this is a ball bearing that is super high precision. So stop spitting in my mic there. It's super high precision. This sander is absolutely phenomenal in what it can do for you. Uses a 5-inch non-perforated self-adhesive disc, so you can change it out to whatever. The micro adjustment here, and I got a special camera set up for you guys tonight, so we'll just use it for the first time. I had it set up a different way, but we're going to change up and do something else. Oops, come on, Mike. Don't fail me now. The heck? There we go. All right. Let me see, my lights are going to fail me. And we get that on. And we bring that over. And oh, come on. Adjusting this microscope camera takes a little bit, so excuse me for 1 second while I get this so you can see it. I hope that's right. We'll go to, no, I don't want to do that. I'll go to 2, I think it is. Yeah, there we go. Now you can see it. The adjustment on here with the knob allows me to loosen this, and this is so precision, it's super tight. He gives you a push thing on here with the knob and another push down here at the bottom. If you can kind of see it, the metal's bent. But it takes a good force to realign this out of 90 into whatever other angle you want to sand to. But super, super precision, super nice. This lifts out of the way, so you can change the disc out. You can move this plating back and forth, in and out, whatever you need to use. He also has another attachment that takes the place of that plate here, this end plate, and it has a spring-loaded plunger on it that you can set along a rod, and he calls it the repeater. Sorry, Dr. Pepper. So I can set it up here so that I can put a stick in. It'll spring load against my disc as I turn here. And when it gets to that position, it stops. And that stick is exactly that long. And I can make 2 to however many, 200, 300, whatever. They will all be exact, both in length and the angle that they are sanded to. If you're doing bridge work or any types of bents, those of you that were here last night that saw the ice house, all those bents were absolutely perfect in height and width, all because of this sander. It is absolutely a phenomenal piece of equipment. Runs about $200. Worth every penny of it, by the way. I'll put that out of the way. This is my behind the curtain. See, I'm only 2 miles from Kansas when you're in Kansas City, Missouri. So I put up the curtain here, ignore the man behind the curtain. It's a Kansas joke. If you haven't seen Wizard of Oz, you wouldn't have gotten it, but that's okay. Okay, so this is the next thing I want to talk about. And this is almost an EDGO, you know, everybody got one. So printers are becoming awfully common. I am really attached to my Prusa's. I have this one, and then I have a larger one that has a double gantry. This one does 7 by 7 by 7. My other one does 8 by 8 by 8.5. A little bit larger, but not much. One person commented that this arm hanging out here would have to not be quite as rigid enough for him. Well, let me tell you what, I put the normal nozzle that comes on these printers is a 0.4 millimeter nozzle. And that's pretty small. And that will make almost anything that you want to make. But if you're going to work in N scale or you're going to work to super precision, they also make nozzles that go down as low as 0.2 millimeters. I have a 2.5 or 0.25 millimeter nozzle on this machine and a 4.0 on my other one. If I want to make precision pieces, this one does it. I don't detect any movement at all on this arm out here. It just does a phenomenal job of printing. Okay, so what? Everybody talks about having a printer. Well, what you have to think about as a model maker is that this is not just for making parts. It's also for making some other things. And I'm going to bring this in and hopefully bring that one back up again. There we go. And I'll focus a little bit for you. Maybe, there we go. This is the other thing that I do with my 3D printer, and I'm hoping maybe I don't move around too much. Excuse me, Dr. Pepper break again. I'll try and get this thing so it shows up better down here. There we go. But down inside this piece, you'll see that there's a hole down in here in the center. And I've kind of put this in just so I would know this is wide. This is made to drill the ends of my posts. If I can get that in there. It's going the wrong way, mouse. There we go. That post is stuck in there. Excuse me. And you can see the hole in the end of it if I'd stop moving it the wrong way. Wow, I really don't know how to move the thing around. There we go, bring it up on there. You can see the hole in the end of that post. The hole is also on the other end of the post down there, and I put a pin in it. And if you look, that's the width of, I can't get them both in. Let's do it the other way. This is the width of my vents on that ice house. So what I could do is drill the ends of the post on both ends. And then when I put them together, I can put pins in them that will align them on the layout. And I actually took these pins, put them in the first two holes, and drilled these two holes. And then skipped ahead, all against a straight edge. And that allowed all my vents to be put in absolutely at the same distance, same alignment, same everything. And it gave me pins top and bottom to go into my cross bracing that was part of the vents. And then I also made another one of these that allowed me to assemble the vents also all exactly the same. I just made all kinds of little fixtures like this that allowed those vents to go together. And one thing that I always tout, or always talk about, I don't care where you're from, Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, where the printer's made, Australia, Japan, United States, Canada, whatever. The craftsmen in those areas, in those countries, care about being craftsmen. And they're going to build things square and plumb and as best as they possibly can. And so you want to be, as a model maker that's making things square and plumb and the best you can. I know there's a lot of things out there in the world that have been ignored for many years, and they get kind of crooked and whatever. And we don't realize that, hey, that never started off that way. It started off plumb and square and right. And really, as a model maker, I want to make sure that my stuff starts off as square and right as it possibly can also. So big help, not only just in making the model, but also maybe in assembling Don't forget that you can make all kinds of fixtures with this that will do a great job of helping you put models together better. So that's for the 3D printer. Can't go around today's world without one. The next thing, I don't pull my curtain down and show the man behind it here. This one is super heavy duty. Looks like it'd just be a killer, and it is. But what it also is an absolutely fantastic, and we're going to cut with this. I'm going to turn this one on so you can see. Probably drive the sound absolutely crazy. This is from Barnes, and Burns, I'm not sure about pronunciation. I'm not very good on pronunciations, but I'll try and give you we'll punch it up on the website here at the end. I'll bring it up on the other computer. This is a precision table saw. First of all, all of the metal in here is either 1/4 or 3/8 inch aluminum that has been machined on a CNC. It comes with a variety of different blades that you can use. Let's go back over here if I can get this to show up. It's much the same thing as what we had with the sander, in that this has pins for alignment so that I can actually pin to precise angles as I go through. Obviously, it slides in and out. There's slide holes there to allow this to adjust back and forth. So super precision miter gauge. He also has another attachment which comes with the basic saw, that is the slanted table, so that I can cut angles. Actually, this is a fixed. It only cuts at 90 degrees. But with the attachment of the other fence, which attaches in place of my rib fence, I can cut anything. Also on the front, I don't know if to show up on this little baby over here or not, but we'll try. The other thing is really cool, if you want to get really super accurate, you may have to do some adjustment to get that to show up. Wow, okay. We're going to come up with this guy. And if I move that to there. Okay, and then we'll go there, and we'll give it 2. Okay. So yes, what that actually is, well, I'm not getting very good light on. They got another light here someplace hanging around. I know I did. Where'd you go? Playing hide and seek on me. There we go. See if we can get any better. Yeah, somewhat, not much. What this actually has on this table saw is a micro adjustment. This is a micrometer that's attached right onto the fence. And if you want to adjust this rip fence to an exact height and cut, with various things, I can slide this micrometer up against that, and then as I adjust here, this will move it literally thousandths of an inch at a time. And I don't know, my guess is if you're from Australia or some of the other countries that use metrics, he could probably make this with a metric micrometer without too much trouble. You just have to ask him. The other thing that will indicate a good deal of the quality of this guy is, we'll turn him on, and he doesn't make much noise. And I brought a stick down, and we can make some cuts. Come on out of there. There we go. Go to that one. There we go. And turn this around so you get a better view. I don't knock everything off in the process, including my Dr. Pepper. And that. This is not the way to cut, but that's all right. My hands are out of the way. So. And what I'm going to do is pick that guy up without cutting my fingers off. And come in here, whoops, to that. And I'm hoping maybe that you can see. Yeah, we're better off with the fixed, I think. Maybe not. Trying to get a good shot to show you. The cut on here is as good as my old buddy Jerry Cromwell did on his cuts. There we go. That's pretty good. But that is just absolutely, you can see the green. And trust me when I say this, it is baby smooth across there. The cut is just absolutely perfect. So rock solid saw. First of all, makes for a good cut. The precision makes for a good cut, and he has all kinds of extra accessories that you can put with this. This is not cheap. This will run you about $800. But if you're interested in making a lot of woodwork on your railroad, if you're a narrow gauger or somebody who has a lot of bridges and a lot of other things on it, wood is expensive nowadays, and you can go with one of these and cut your own and do extremely well. Extremely good saw. Again, in just a minute, as soon as I show you the other Barnes tool, I'll put the website up and you can see that for sure. I'm gonna bring out this other little baby. One of the guys was talking to me earlier that he also makes a rope machine. I don't have any reason for the rope machine. Barnes actually started off, and I think this time he's got, yeah, he calls himself Model Machines. And I think it's BYRNES. We'll look it up in a second and make sure. This is a surface sander or a thickness sander. And again, all quarter and all quarter and 3/8 machined aluminum. Super strong. I'm gonna break this so I can use it. Okay, there we go. Improvise when you don't have the right equipment, you improvise. On the back side of this, and I don't know that I can get this to show up, but we'll try again on this camera, which is absolutely a phenomenal camera, by the way. There we go. What you have is micrometer adjustment again. You can see he has a screw here, and that feeds through this. I believe it's 3/8 plate, and I can adjust that 1/1000th of an inch at a time. And what it does, get up a little closer. I can't see it really. You can see it better with the big camera. Okay, so what it does, as you can see here, it's sloped, and my adjustment here moves that platen up and down, and actually closes or widens the gap that this board is going to feed into. So if I crank this guy up would be better than down, Miles. It's pretty thin board, so well, you can tell the last one I did was pretty thick. I'll bring that up until it just starts to touch. That's the springs. I've pushed them up quite a bit. Okay, so we'll turn that on, I think, over there. And we'll go through. This board was not the same thickness, so it's getting thicker as I go further through. There we go. Good start. Don't ever do that around your cameras, right? A little more. Also, try not to run your fingers under the sandpaper. Let's get that up there and go there, and it will make it absolutely as smooth as you can possibly imagine. He also makes this, and wow, really don't want to take it apart, but he also makes this so that this turning platen inside here, the turning drum, is actually split. So you could do 3 inches and 3 inches. I could do, say, 120 grit on one side and 100 grit on the other, or 150 and 100, and run it through on this side, get it started, and come over through on this side then, and make a much finer sanding job. So it's really a pretty versatile machine. I have this one set up so that it runs the same all the way across. I'm in O scale, so I do a little wider material normally, so I have mine set up to go to the 6-inch size. But these things are all rock solid, as you can tell. They're not shaking the table apart. I started off with the Dremel table saw probably 30 years ago or better, 40 maybe, and that thing was so noisy. You better have ear protection and all kinds of stuff. These are much better machines, obviously much better made. Before we go too much further, I'll get the Barnes thing up, but I want to show you one thing that I had kind of saved, kind of special. Last night I couldn't get the Mac to connect to the internet with using the Black Magic. I don't know why. It's supposed to be made up to work with it, but it just wouldn't do it. So we went to the PC, which made the broadcast last night possible, but it also made it so that all my files, which were on the Mac, I couldn't put in the PC. I didn't have enough time to cross connect, but I did tonight. So I have one geared up, ready to go. I'm going to go to the computer. This is that entryway into the Kansas City stockyards that I showed last night. And this is that 3D printed entrance, both the inside and outside. All done, the whole entrance. Everything you see in this shot is done on the 3D printer. So here goes the video. Watch what this lens does. It is absolutely phenomenal. That's the same lens that I was just shooting the detail shots here with. Everything in there, railings, floor, everything all 3D printed. You can get really crazy with this stuff. I don't know how I'm doing on time here, but let me see if I can bring up on the computer. Oops, go away. See if I can bring up that Barnes website, and I'll bring that up for you then. Oh, look at that. Came up first time. Do homepage. Oh, well, that's terrible. Let's turn the Wi-Fi on, and maybe I might be able to bring something up for you. In the meantime, that's all the presentation I have. So if somebody has some questions or whatever, go ahead, and I'll try and bring this up as we go. I don't have this up on screen.
Okay, so we'll have a little look over here in Facebook at the chat, and we'll see what we've got. Boom, boom, boom. There's a few people saying good day. There's Ron Marsh is back there again. Ralph saying good day.
Good for him. Don't know why now. Why didn't you want to go to the internet? Man, come on.
Okay, I'm having trouble getting my Facebook to come up here. There doesn't seem to be anything on there.
Hey.
We're all,
how we're doing on time here. It's only about 30-minute clinic, so that's
plenty of time.
I talked too fast.
You've got plenty of time. So pick some more tools and
why.
It's my model railroad saying he has a number of jigs. He's got one to drill holes for his tortoise guide rods to make them easy to install.
There we go. There's Barnes. And that's his table saw. He has a new model that has a much wider table. And that's one thing I'm going to do with mine is send mine back in, and he will trade out the tables for another couple $100. But at any rate, he will trade out the tables to a much wider one, which really would be much more useful for me in O-scale. The one that I have does a super job, but a little wider is always better, you know. Come on, lights. There we go. Anybody can see that or not, but we'll hope so.
Yep, we can see that.
BYRNES, yep, okay. I looked all over for my layout plan, and I did not find it, but I promise you I will draw one tomorrow morning and I will send it to you so you can see what the layout looked like as far as its configuration goes, and maybe make a few side notes on why it runs like it does, which should be kind of helpful.
Yep. There's one question's coming here from Ralph. He's saying the camera's blurry, and I think that's just the internet connection that's coming through, but that's not a problem. But he's saying, Miles, is there any tools that you don't have? So I guess that leads on to a point. Is there any tools that you don't have that you wish you had?
Well, are we talking video or are we talking tools? You know, I mean, tools. I don't know. I'm in pretty good shape. I took a class when I worked down at Woodland Scenics down at Lake Ozarks, extension class in welding, and I don't have a welder. I've always said that I wanted one, but then the number of times that I would use it might be once in every 3 or 4 years. So, you know, do I really want one? Do I want one that takes up the space? Yeah, I don't know. I've got 2 neighbors across the street. Both of them can TIG and MIG and stick, and they do a super job. And if I ask them, I know well, one of them did a welded job for me to repair a tripod here last week. So
well,
I don't know. I'm pretty happy. The only thing I go after are the antique tools. I'm really, like I say, fascinated with some of the mechanisms in them.
Okay. One of the new tools that I saw, one of our NMRA members in Division 1 here, Luke Towan, on one of his videos was a ultrasonic scalpel. Ultrasonic
Yes.
knife.
Yeah, Micromark is selling those.
Yeah.
believe.
Have you had any experience with them, or?
I have not. I don't know. Was he cutting paper and cardboard, or was he cutting plastic?
He was cutting styrene, and it was like butter.
Wow. Yeah, that would be my first comment is, you know, will it cut the plastic without melting? But if it does, that would be a super tool.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know that all these vibrating saws, which came, I think, from the medical industry, from cutting skulls and everything else, but now they're using them in home repair and everything else. Somewhat the same technology, because it's just a rapid vibration of the teeth of the blade, and that's just a much smaller version of it.
I noticed when I was over in Kansas City a couple of years back, and I was at your place. I noticed you had a number of different 3D printers and cricket cutters as well. So
yes, and a laser.
And the laser. So could you enlighten us on what the best option is in purchasing if someone was going to either get into 3D printing or laser cutting, or if they wanted to get a cricket so they could do cardboard construction? Or
yeah, I am extremely fortunate. Kent Hurley, who many of you may know from the internet, he does an awful lot of printing in HO and prints for a lot of other people, although he does a lot on his own now. I think he has 2 or 3 Affinia printers. And I called him when I was going to get this printer, because I had some from another manufacturer out of New York that's supposedly all US made, and I really like to trade with in-country type stuff. So I was going to get this one from New York, and I did. As a matter of fact, I bought their first one, I bought their second iteration model, and I had the third one on order, although I backed out here last month. I decided I didn't want to do it. I never got either one of them to work properly. I don't know if they came to market too soon and they weren't proofed, or it was just too new a market, or what the deal was, but they didn't work very well. So after spending probably $1,000 for 2 printers, I was kind of burned and upset that they were not working very well. So I called Kent and I said, what would you get? Expecting him fully to say, well, I'd get another Affinia. He didn't. He said, I would get a Prusa. So I looked up the Prusa, and I watched Joe Prusa's promo on it, and he was saying, you know, buy the kit. This is for the big printer, and this has been probably 7 or 8 years ago now, I guess. And he said, if you build my printer, you will find out how the printer works, and you'll be able to repair it when something goes wrong. And that was good advice, in my opinion.
because I did. Coming back.
Yeah, cough's coming back. I'm sorry. You got to keep the Dr. Pepper close. I think that was great advice, because I did know one time when it clogged, I knew how to take it apart, how to get it back together, and I fixed the problem. Then that printer ran around $900 sitting on my porch in Kansas City. And it came, I think, 2-day or something like that, DHL from Czechoslovakia. And all of the things connected with that Prusa work. The software interface, the slicing interface, the part that slices the model, the printer itself, it just, from the first time I turned it on, it worked. I couldn't have been happier with the purchase. So Joe came out with the Mini, which is the one I showed you just now. Excuse me. It came in two parts. The upper arm and the base, all you had to do is bolt it together. It worked the first time out. It uses the same software for slicing and analyzing the model and that kind of stuff. It just works perfectly. And everything that they have is non-proprietary. It's open source out on the internet. You can go out, download it, change it, do whatever you want to at any time. And it also works with Cura and I don't know, half a dozen or more other slicers if you don't want to use the Prusa slicer. So I recommend Prusa mainly because Kent told me about it, and he's the Affinia nut, and I'm kind of the Prusa nut. But let me tell you what, these guys just work. And for $300, which is all that Mini cost, sitting on your porch, that's phenomenal. I mean, that kind of quality and precision. Like I say, I'm using a 0.25 nozzle, which just makes the tiniest part you can imagine. It's an amazing printer.
Okay.
Laser cutter, again, I was extremely lucky because I have a friend, Kent Hurley. Kent ordered, I wish I could think of the name of it. It came from Australia. I'll think of it in a minute. But at any rate, it came as a kit, and it was one of those Kickstarter type things before, probably 10 years ago, I guess. Kent never had a chance to put it together. And I said I was going to buy one. And he said, well, here, take this kit. If you put it together, you can keep it. So I put it together. And that's my laser cutter. At those guys, I have been on the phone directly with them in Australia when I had a problem changing from softwares. They changed their software manufacturer. And literally the owner of the company got on with me from Australia and walked me through the process and set me up. Both companies, Prusa and, God, I'll go in a minute and look because it's a great Australian company, this laser cutter. He walked me through and set me up and made sure I was right. He has stood behind that product 100%. Just absolutely fantastic. Cricut and Scan and Cut are, I think, two of the better drag knife type cutters. Cricut is obviously made in Utah. Scan and Cut is made by Brother. Both of them are regular major names, major quality. The Scan and Cut has the advantage that you can literally feed it artwork. It will analyze it, and then it will cut it. You can feed a PDF in it, and then it will repeat that cut. The Cricut, you actually have to draw the part some way and then feed it in. I use TurboCAD if I want to draw buildings to precision. And a lot of the buildings that I did at the NMRA clinics and at Amherst, where I had my own models, I literally cut those on the Cricut machine because it's just too much of a burden on Wild West and these other manufacturers to ask them to provide you with 50 or 100 free kits to give out to NMRA members to go cut. I mean, yeah, it would be nice if you could, but that's a terrible draw on somebody who's not making that much money on their business anyway. So I cut my own, and I'm not trying to short them. I'm trying to save them from saying, "Oh, gee, I'd really like to do it, but I can't." But I'll do it, but I'll lose money. No, I don't. I want them out there succeeding and giving us great kits, and so I would cut my own with the Cricut. The Scan and Cut, like I say, has the advantage. If I'd had a drawing of the building, I could have just fed that and it would have cut it. So that's kind of your own choice. I believe the Scan and Cut is slightly more expensive than the Cricut, but they both do the same job. It's just the difference whether or not you have art to be scanned or whether or not you want to draw your art. It has been in the past, Cricut, their software is homed in Utah. So if I draw something, it goes to that Utah site and is stored there, and I can download it to my machine, i.e., you do not have control over it totally. They say that it's yours and only you're the only one that can get it, but it is being stored in Utah, not back home in Kansas City or Sydney or wherever you happen to be. So if that's a drawback to you and you don't want to give away that the rights to that piece, essentially, you might want to consider not doing the Cricut because it all goes to Utah. The Utah site processes it. So did that get most of them?
That did.
How we doing time?
we've got
Not bad.
we've got a few minutes left here. We've got a few more questions in the chat, so we'll nip over there and have a little look on YouTube.
Okay.
Chris Hitchens down in Sydney, he asked, can you spell the name of that table saw or the supplier?
Yes, I'll do better than that. There you go. Back up. And while you do that, I'm going to look up the name of the laser. I can talk because the mic will pick me up. But
I don't know what other people are seeing. How are you looking at it, Brad? That looks blurry to me, doesn't it? Yeah, we can't read that at all. So
wow.
maybe you can put it in the chat.
Hold on. I can't hear you.
Or put it in the chat on Facebook, on YouTube later on. Yep. Okay. So I'll put a link up there. It's myrailroad.com has asked, what would be a good budget-friendly version of that table saw for us budget model railroaders?
Oh, gee. Well, like I say, I started off with the Dremel. The Dremel had a kind of I think it had originally a sort of a flat V belt. I put a cog belt on it. That just made it noisier. You know, the secret to a table saw is simply that it spin the blade even. So if you have a good blade and a good arbor upon which to spin the blade, you really don't have too much of a problem. I went to Harbor Freight and bought their little table saw, which I don't know, they had it on sale one time for $29. It might be $39 or $49 now. And I took that. I should have brought that down here. I built a box for it, wooden box, 3/4 plywood, and mounted it on a table similar to the barn sander so that I could slide it up and down. And I actually made my own table saw. And I can clamp the rip fence then to the side with a square. So you can make your own if you want. The only thing that's key on a table saw is being able to clamp that blade and being able to keep it square as it runs. And that's really the secret to a table saw. It's a secret to his because he's using 1/4 3/8 aluminum in this machine, and it's just not going anywhere. That laser is called the Emblazer.
The Emblazer.
I believe Micromark now also sells the newest model of the Emblazer. Now, when Kent bought his, I think it was about $400 or $500. They're now up to about $2,000. But man, the software on this thing is the same as with Prusa. Everything just works. It's a phenomenal machine. It's extremely well made.
And made in Australia, is it?
And made in Australia, you bet.
Yep. So there you go.
I'm not sure if I could find it fast enough for you on what town, but it's in Australia. It's a phenomenal machine. I've been impressed with it ever since I got it.
Not a problem. There's let's have a little look back over on the chat here. Chris was also asking, maybe you can provide a list of your tools or the major ones you use and where you buy them in the US. So do you have any list or depository of...
Well, I said there's so many people out there that are doing articles and videos now on tools, and basically they're getting what I call cutesy, the ear forceps. I always tell people in my clinics when we would have the Model Railroad University shows that you want to go with your wife to the fabric store. No matter what fabric store it is, I don't care. There's a wall over there of tools. And look it over for what application that tool will have to you. Because sometimes magnifier tweezers, thread pullers, they have all kinds of measuring devices. They have pounce wheels. There are all kinds of devices that are hanging out on that wall that you can use. And they're very inexpensive, actually, compared to what you pay for something like that in a hobby shop. The other thing is eBay. Go on there and look at some of the things they have, like say my old antique tools. Some of them are applicable to model making. And excuse me. And just the other thing is to get very friendly with your dentist and your doctor, because they have some really cool tools. The ear forceps, I need to go get those. And I'll bring them in here. Got 2 seconds. They're close.
Yep.
I'm lucky at 75 I can still run, so we're in good shape. Let me turn these lights back on over here and they'll come on. Come on, baby. We'll do it a different way. There we go. And meet you again. Okay, so these guys, the only thing that's opening on this, I need to get my shirt maybe, is that end. See it? Way over there. There we go. I'll get the light just right. You can see it when it opens up. And here's the bigger version of the same thing. And again, only that, you're putting a shirt now. There you go. Only that end opens up. The last, now this is about 3/4 of an inch. This is about 3/8 of an inch. And if I go to this guy, I think, there we go. That's the end that's opening. That's just like a little alligator. And that's just working from back here. As I move it, it slides there and opens up from the end. Okay, so you say, well, what do I need that for? Well, if you're reaching down into a building that you've already built and you want to put a lamp on the desk or put a figure in at the desk or whatever, these are invaluable. They go through very small holes and they go through your ear and put it in. I have this really big one. If you have a full-size table saw and that piece of wood that gets dropped down in there behind the blade, and you don't want to stick your hand down, go down and grab it, pull it out. It works great. Ear forceps are great. Doctor supply houses. They will sell to you even during this time period. A lot of the micro syringes and stuff are going to be a little more trouble. But if you're after things like this, the equipment pieces, you can normally buy those from medical supply houses that might be in your town. Dental supply houses, dental picks are just invaluable for picking out glue that's not supposed to be there or for putting glue into places where it needs to be. So phenomenal tools from both the dentist and from the doctor's standpoint. Just kind of look. Some people really like scalpels rather than X-Acto knives. Sorry. That's about all I can do now without running again. I will try and put up a list of some of the tools that I use a lot.
Okay, well we'll get that list and we'll publish that up there later on. Well, I don't think I'm having a look over in Facebook, and I don't see any messages over there. Is that right, Brad, or is my Facebook playing up again? And I think we've gone through all the ones on YouTube. Oh, hang on. There's a correction here. IMRRO.com. Yes, I've made another blunder. He's not. It's my railroad. That's Steve Brown. I thought it was Steve Brown there, but anyway, I've got it wrong yet again. So apologies for that. And we'll take a little break shortly and come back. But Miles, thanks a million for that. That's a good insight into some cool tools there, and obviously they work, because we saw the results yesterday of the output of a lot of those tools, I guess.
All I have to say is go down to your railroad room, let your trains put a smile on your face.
That's good advice. That's good advice. Well, Miles, thanks a million for your time in the today and yesterday, and I think we'll be moving on to a couple of ads while we prepare ready for the next clinic, and we shall see you soon.
I'm honored. Thanks for having me on.
All right, thanks, Miles. Okay, so we've got some breaking news. We've managed to get hold of Dave, and we will be rescheduling his clinic. It will be on tomorrow at 10 a.m. Australian time, which I believe was 8 o'clock US time, or Eastern time.
Correct.
So Dave will be on. He's had a couple of problems with internet connections, our end and his end. So we've got all that resolved, and yes, he's rescheduled for tomorrow. So the two clinics that are on at 10 p.m. 10 a.m. tomorrow will move back an hour, and we'll play through the lunch break. We won't have the pre-recorded videos at the lunch break. So tomorrow you'll be able to sit down with your lunch and actually watch a clinic live while you have your lunch. So there you go. We've managed to rectify the communication problems, and the internet gods have been friendly to us. So let's see how we go.
Perfect. We'll be back shortly with our next clinic from Lloyd. Righto.
Okay, so welcome back. That was a bit of good news we had before with regard to Dave. We've got him scheduled for tomorrow, so keep an eye out for that. But up now, all the way from Canada, we have the owner of MHO Junction and a famous participant in the model railroading live shows on YouTube from St. Eugene, somewhere between Ottawa and Montreal. So yeah, in the cold country, I believe. Please welcome Lloyd Henchy. Over to you,
Thank
Lloyd.
you. Thank you, Marty. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be presenting my layout, but before I'll just do a small PowerPoint presentation of who I am and how did I get started. So let's go with this. Okay, so come on. 6 years ago. Yeah, 6 years ago, I bought this house, and we had a basement where we didn't have any furniture for it. The house was a little bit too big, so I took possession of the entire basement. And the thing is, I never owned any model railroading. Never been on a train, never been around trains. So basically my knowledge about model railroading was 0 to nil. So I did a lot of research on the internet, and that's how I got started. And the problem here is, as you can see, this was maybe 6 months into working on my layout. I thought that I would be able to reach 3 feet on one side, 3 feet on the other side, so I made my layout 6 feet wide. The problem was when I was going to do the mountains that you see on the left-hand side, I couldn't reach. So I had to do them off the bench work, off the layout into a bench work, so that wasn't going to work. So I took everything down. I did keep the tracks, the most important stuff. And I was approached by a designer, Bill, the track planner, and he asked me a bunch of questions if he was going to be able to help me, and I said, sure, tell me what I need to do. So the criteria I gave him was my basement was 40 feet by 20 feet, L shape. I wanted a double main line. I wanted to make sure it was operational. I didn't want to see just a train go in circles, so I wanted to have a lot of operation and as much industries as possible. My perception is that I knew about Canadian Pacific. I wanted the 1970s era, and I wanted something that I hadn't seen yet, was to have all 4 seasons on my layout. Now, this is what he came up with, and I was very pleased since I didn't know much. At the bottom right, there's a helix. And what else that's important? Between the stairs and the layout, that's where my bench work is. And you can see there's a dark line that comes through. That's a track that's going to be part of the operations where I'm going to bring in 5 cars, let's say once a month or once a week, depending on how many operations I'll be having. And those 5 cars, I'll be taking care of the couplers, the wheels, doing weathering, making sure everything works all right. And at the next operation, it's going to pick up the 5 cars and bring in 5 new cars. So my bench work is part of the operations. Here I also have staging, which is, if I go back, it's the top right corner. It takes the entire top right corner, which is about 16 by 14, and that's my staging. I have 2 entries to the staging, which you'll see on the video. So November 2015 is when I got started. I took down the entire brick wall that was on the right-hand side, the brick floor, and I started building, like I said, November 2015. And by November 2016, the entire framework was all done and the track work was also done. As you can see there under my TV screen, that's where my test track, or that's where that line that comes in from the layout goes into my bench work. So that's about it. Oh, as you can see here, on the left-hand side, one day I intend to have the dispatcher sit there away from the entire layout. And that's it. So Brad, if you could start the video, and when we come back, I'll give you an update of where I am right now with my layout.
So let's start with my staging area. It's 24 inches off the ground. It's got 7 tracks and a reversing loop. In the reversing loop, there's a siding. Next, we have going backwards to the helix. We have a double main track in the helix with 2 exits. One from Montreal and the other one is from Hawkesbury. So let's start with the one from Hawkesbury. So as soon as we come out of the helix, we enter the Hawkesbury yard. Near the Hawkesbury yard, there's 3 industries. The first one is Hawkesbury Jam, just a play on words here. Then we have Woolworth Inc. and Cottonworth Inc. Again, another play on words. This building is one of my favorites for now. It's 5 feet long. It's from N-Scale Engineering. It's an HO scale building, 5 feet long. It's got, if I'm not wrong, it's 200 windows. And since I don't like to build stuff as per the box, I did a few changes. For example, the tower in the middle was normally split at either end. All my windows have glazing. I've got some windows that are open. To do that, I had to cut the windows, redo the inside of the windows, the framing of the windows, and then put it back, the space for the window. It's got 3 loading docks. Woolworth has 2, and Cottonworth has 1. We are still in the Hawkesbury yard. What you see on the right is where I'm going to have a turntable. Hope to get it started this year. It will also have a 6-stall roundhouse. As we head out from the Hawkesbury yard, we're going to come to 2 buildings: train station, Hawkesbury train station, steam locomotive storage facility. This steam storage facility is totally scratch built. It is all done with foam core, and it also has a wooden backing holding all this up. The paper, the brickwork, the brickwork is 3D, so not 3D, but embossed paper, which comes from Greece. The texture is unbelievable, where you could almost feel the bricks, the separations between the bricks. Basically, this idea came from this picture, and since all my scenery has a little story behind it, the story behind this one is that the city of Hawkesbury bought this old CP storage facility, and they are now using it for train tours. And this building will be used to store the steam locomotive, which is going to be my Royal Hudson Rapido. And there's another 2 doors, and those are for the passenger cars. So those will be used only once a week. The next building is a train station. Most of you probably know this train station from Walters. I built this kit about 4 years ago, and I've put it aside. And now that it was time to put on the layout, I dropped it and broke it in lots of pieces. So I decided to redo it from scratch instead of gluing all the little pieces together. So from scratch, all made out of wood. And of course, I kept the windows and I kept the roof, which I changed the looks of it. As we leave Hawkesbury train station, we're heading towards the town of Hawkesbury. Here we have a siding for the passenger cars, and now we're entering the town of Hawkesbury. So the entire town was built with DPM buildings. I think I've got about 18 of them. And I also have a scratch building which enters my bench work. As you can see, I'm pretty much done with this, with the town. Every building has an interior furniture or people inside it because the buildings are only about 18 inches away from the edge of the layout, so you're able to see everything that's inside, and all my buildings have lights in it. So this is the building that leads to my bench work. And the next building is my boxcar distribution center. So let's take a look at a few of the buildings. First one is a Tim Horton donut shop, and beside it is Goldfinger Jewelry. The next one is my pizza. Then we have a bookstore. We have a bank, the Bank of Montreal. We have Canadian Tire. This was done with roomettes. They make beautiful kits, easy to do, and it doesn't take that long. Then I did Marks and Spencer's. I did Barbershop, and yes, I even made the chairs. My next building is scratch built. It is a backdrop building, and like I said, this feeds into my workbench. So what I intended to do was during operation, one of the operators will drop 5 cars into that building, and I'll have about a week or a month to work on 5 cars, making sure the wheels are okay, couplers, do the weathering. Basically, it's to get all my cars up to par for my layout and all ready to run with no problems. The next one, my boxcar distribution center, was my first scratch built. It's totally scratch built, again with foam core and embossed paper. Even the roof was done with foam core and a string to make it look like a metal roof. So basically we'll bring in cars, they exchange freight, and also bring the freights inside the building for the trucks to pick up their loads. Now we're leaving Hawkesbury and we are going towards St. Eugene. On the left hand side there's a wood mill, which is basically my backdrop, and since I had a little corner and I didn't know what to put, so I had an extra building which is just there to add to the backdrop. And as we continue, we then arrive at the lumberyard, which is called Elwood Woods Lumberyard. At the end of the lumberyard, we have a swing gate, which I'll explain. At Elwood Woods Lumberyard, it's very busy, day and night. To be able to build that, I use, if I'm not wrong, it's Walter's kit. I use 1.5 Walter's kit, and put some lights in, plenty of lumber, and figurines, cars, trucks. And also, I don't know if you've noticed, but the first part of the video, we were in early autumn. Now we're in late autumn. So we're getting less leaves on trees. And as we go along, we're going to hit winter very soon. As we leave the lumberyard, we're going to cross over the 417, which is a highway that leads from Montreal to Ottawa. To do the highway, I used AK asphalt, which I fell in love with because the texture is exactly what I was looking for. And the bridge was done with the salt method to get the ruts. And the piers were scratch built, again with the embossed paper glued to a piece of wood. As we cross over Highway 417, we arrive at Jag's Outdoor Furniture. Some of you might recognize the building as being the feed mill. At this point, this is where I'm at on the build of my layout. Like I said, this Jag building is an old feed mill building. It was plastic, and I managed to make it look like wood, all done with pan pastel, and of course a coat of primer before. And since it's autumn, of course I had to put little pumpkins on the platforms. As we leave Jag's Outdoor Furniture, at the bottom there's going to be a lake, and then we arrive at Chute d'eau, which is basically falls. Since I wanted to build a covered bridge, this was the place to have it. I did an entire video on how I build that bridge, and if I'm not wrong, it was the second or third scratch build that I did on this layout. And as we go along, where you see the backdrop end, this is where the transition to winter will start. Now we're entering the winter scene in St. Eugene. What you see on your right is the St. Eugene yard. At first I had an intermodal there, but realized that in the early 70s it did not exist. We're from St. Eugene to Hawkesbury. This is the platform. We're also going to have a skating rink, a church, a garage, and a few houses. I've also tried, I guess, a diorama of a winter scene, and this is what it looked like. This was built during one of our shows on Model Railroading Live. It was the build show. We were to build a hydrocal building, and that's the one I had picked because I didn't have a place to put it, but I did find a place. And then, so since I like building stuff that doesn't look like the box cover, I got a plastic kit from Walters, and I scratch built out of wood the top part of a feed mill. Then I had the snow, the fence, and I even have two hobos inside warming up over a barrel of fire, which is done with a orange and yellow flashing. So as we leave St. Eugene, the first building we encounter is the flour mill, which was built about 2-3 years ago, the same way as my other building, with embossed paper to represent the bricks between the cement walls. As we leave, again, St. Eugene, we go around the bend, and this is where the transition to spring becomes. So we go around the bend, and I have a few industries such as the cement plant, propane, the refinery, and a sand industry. The first one here is a cement factory, and this industry was built with 6 different kits, a bit like a kit bashing, I guess. Then I have my propane area, and it happens that it fits very well with my propane cars. They're both Liquid Air, which is a company in Canada. And then you've got my refinery, which is Petro-Canada. I did want a good refinery complex. So again, the refinery is built from, if I'm not wrong, and this one was 5 different kits. And as we go along, we come to the sand factory. This one was pretty much done as per the cover of the box. I didn't want to go into much detail, not knowing exactly how I could really come out with something out of the ordinary. So as we go around the corner, still in spring, we have, I guess you all recognized it, the Vulcan Manufacturing. I still don't know what I'm going to do. What I would like to do is have a fence open up with an Arduino system. But again, that's in the works, so we'll see later. And as we continue, the mining industry. And for now, that's how it is. It'll take a while before I start working on that part of the layout. Then we go into a tunnel, and when we come out, we are now summertime. So this entire section is summer. As we come out, we have a paper mill, but I still don't know what that entire section will look like. I know that I intend to have a farming, like a little farm scene. Then we have the co-op with 2 tracks, one for departure and one for arrival. As per the plan, there was no gorge here, but I decided to build a gorge. And the reason for that is I wanted to have a trestle on my layout, just to have something different. And I'll have water flowing from the left, splitting into 2, and coming to a lake at the bottom. Here I have my CP workshop. This was the first area that I completed the scenery. So I installed a bunch of tools inside, machinery, but unfortunately we can't really see it unless it's nighttime and the lights are on. Then you can see the inside of the building. The boxcar that's hanging, there's going to be a figurine under, and it's going to be soldering. So I've got an Arduino that's feeding 3 LED lights, blue, white, and red. So the blue and white flash, and once it stops, the red light goes on for a glow. And the same thing happens inside the building in one of the corners. So there's 2 welding scenes going on with this building. So as we go along, there's a track at the top. That's to feed an industry. But as we go along, as you can see, the cliffs are done with the ceiling tiles, and then we enter the tunnel to go towards Montreal. So we came out from the west and going east back to Montreal. I also have an extra track if I want to do a run around. So if we look at the top track, it's going to go to one of the biggest industries that I've seen so far. It's going to be a brewery, and that brewery will measure about 8 feet by 8 feet, and I think it's 9 feet diagonally. So this is what it's going to look like. You've got arrival track, departure track, and 6 tracks going inside the building, and an extra track for the switcher. This is going to keep the operator very busy. So that's it for my layout. Just one more thing is the lighting I use for my layout is an LED strip, but it's the one that you plug into a 110 volt. It's 160 feet long, so I didn't have to bother connecting every single 15 feet strip. So this I like much better. So I've got 2 of them, a white one and an RGB one. So I would like to conclude this presentation of my layout with just a short video of a run around, and then I guess I can take questions. Thank you.
So we're back. Now I'm just going to share you a few pages of a PowerPoint to show you updates since that video. Let's go here. Okay, this part here is between the two entrances to the helix. Now, the way it was conceived is that the the entrance at the top and this entrance here, they both go down to the staging area. But if I wanted to have a run around while I'm working, or just a train just going round and round, this was the place. So that part now is done, and I can bypass and just have my trains running round and round. And that's where I'm at right now for that area. I like to do bits and pieces all over the place. The next area is my sawmill. So that area is also completed except for the roof. I don't like the roof, so that's why I want to restart it. The beehive that you see on the right-hand side, that was like a plastic cone. I didn't like the way it was with the kid. I wanted a mesh on top, like what you normally see, and a walk around. So this was all built to fit the sawmill. The next area is what I call my heavy metal scrapyard. This is a project that I've been working on with a good friend of mine, Speed. We're going to have some animation for that industry, where we're going to have a little banana come out of that white building that you see on the left-hand side. That's going to go towards a gate, and there's going to be a sliding gate that's going to open up. Another area is my Jag outdoor wooden furniture. I had almost finished it, but I still had static grass to put in. So that part is almost done. I just have to blend the road, the dirt road, with the entrance. There's a lake on the left-hand side, which I have to do. And there's a covered bridge that goes all the way to the left, which I removed because I'm building a new one. It's going to be a prototypical bridge. It's a bridge. It's a historical bridge, covered bridge, that was built in 1889. So I've been working on that. And my last update is my famous brewery. That brewery will measure 8 feet by 8 feet diagonally. So I've got my 6 loading doors done. I've got the main building done, and I've started working on the main office with the loading docks. So that's going to be my one-of-a-kind industry. Like I said, 8 feet by 8 feet. Now, that's it for the update, and I've got one more short presentation. Hold on. And I'll be showing you how my Molson brewery got started. So this is what the helix looked like during construction, and I didn't like the fact that I was losing all this space at the top. And I remember asking a question on a forum, what kind of industry could I put at the top that would be huge? And somebody suggested a brewery. So I found on the internet a picture of a industry that's 4 feet by 4 feet, if I'm not wrong. And I really fell in love with that building. And I said, okay, that's what I want to do. And That's what somehow my brewery is going to look like. And the idea also of a brewery, I looked at the Coors in Colorado, which is one of the biggest brewery you could find. If I was to build it in HO scale, we're talking about, I think it was 46 feet by 24 feet just for the building. So of course, I didn't have the room for that. So I've designed my own brewery. And this is what it's going to look like, or pretty close. Of course, with time, I've modified a few things. So basically, you're going to have a delivery track, departing track, arriving track, and a track for grain. And then you have the 6 tracks going inside the buildings and another track for the switcher. When I was speaking with the person that did the design for my track, he was talking about just to operate that brewery would take about 2 hours for one guy. So it's going to keep somebody very busy. So on the left, you can see a picture of the Coors in Colorado. And I said, okay, I'm going to try to build stairs the same way. And that's what I did. I scratch built that staircase. That was the first thing I did. Not the buildings, just the staircase. And then I built the walls, all scratch, using styrene. I think it's 0.04 thickness. And there's also wood backing in the back to keep it straight. The Molson building, that building exists. It's in Montreal. And I tried to build it the same way with the help of Miles. Miles Hales did the clock, did the lettering for the Molson. Because what I wanted was something that's 3D printed and we could see the light through it. The Molson sign at the top lights up red at night, and the clock, the only thing that lights up, well, I mean, everything lights up, but there's red and white, as you can see here. So the Molson is red and the clock is red except for the 12, 3, 6, and 9. And no, the hands don't turn because there's so many lights in the back. It's something I could have done, but nah, a bit too complicated. Like I said, I started on the office building and the loading dock. Now, some doors are going to be open, and I've got some animation. I already thought of some animation for the loading dock where I might have the truck backing up or something like that. Probably get Marty to do an RC truck or something. Like I was telling you, the doors do open. So the operator will, if he's got to bring in, for example, in door 1, let's say they're box cars. So he's got to open up the door. He's going to press 1. The door is going to open up, and he won't be able to open any other doors until that door 1 is closed. It's in a way, it's like a security system to make sure. The button on the left, the red button, turns the power on, and the button on the right basically shuts down the sound. I guess some people might get fed up of hearing the sound, so we can turn it off if we wanted to. The picture on the left, you can see the diagram. Again, my good friend Speed is the one that helped me out. I told him what I wanted to do, and he basically told me what to get, and he designed the code. This was a really good project. So right now, that's where it stands. That represents about, I'd say 20, 30% of what I want to accomplish. I left like you can see there's a hole. If there's anything, any problems, I'll have access to the area. At every door, there's magnetic uncoupler, so that because it's pretty far to reach, well, not that far, but it's still a good stretch to reach. Worst case scenario, the operator can just unhook the cars and push them inside. Okay, next, I think here's a small video of how the doors are going to work. So basically, he presses on the button. And that's it. So all 6 doors work the same way. And that's it, I think. Yeah, that's it. How am I doing in time?
You've got plenty of time.
Okay.
You've got plenty of time.
Well, I was going to say that's about it for my layout. I'm still working on it. I told my wife that it was going to be a 10-year project. I hope not to have it finished because it's never finished, but I would like to start having operations by probably next year. And as you can see, there's a lot of part of my layout that I would consider finished, like with the scenery finish. The city is done. That's what keeps me going. Almost every day I do something. The thing that I've been pushing aside that I should get started with is my wiring. I hate wiring. I mean, I've got a lot of stuff wired. It's just that, for example, the entire yard in the town of Hawkesbury, none of those tracks are wired yet. I mean, I still have continuity. I can still run my trains on it, but I still have to do all that work.
Yep. It's a never-ending story, especially if you start to put blocks in there so that we can do remote ops sessions, because your layout would be ideal for that, I believe.
But that's one thing I've been listening to you guys and Speed and all those people that do operations from different places. That means more wiring, right?
More wiring. Unfortunately, Lloyd, you're going to have more wiring, but yeah, it'll be worth it in the end. Trust us.
Well, Speed said that you would drop by one of these days, so maybe you can drop by too.
Well, we could, but it's only over. It's only I get a boat out, and I think I could start rowing there now. But Speed's all right. He's only down the road for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a long way down the road, but in Australia they do say down the road, and that could mean 2 days drive. But anyway, let's have a little look over in the chat and see what's happening over there. Lloyd says Dwight says to say g'day, Dwight Northern Star. So,
good day, Dwight.
Andy had a question here. What's the length of the run on your layout? So I guess again, how long it'd probably take to take a train around your layout at prototypical speed?
The example that you saw was it takes about 4 minutes, 4 minutes or pretty close to 5 minutes. The main line is 170 feet long. It's a double main line, and that does not include the helix or the staging, because during operation, there's going to be one guy doing the passenger train, which will come out of the helix, come out from, let's say, Montreal, go around and go back inside going towards Ottawa. And he's just going to basically screw up the operations. That's that's not exactly what I want, but I mean,
Yeah.
there's going to be a passenger train going around, and there's also going to be a freight train going around. So all operations are going to be in between. So yeah, it's 170 feet of main line, and I think it's 1,200 feet of tracks.
Cool. Cool. Okay, let's have a little look back here. Kent had given us questions. He's asking, what is the elevation of the Hawkesbury Yard? So I guess how do you
Well,
get up there, and what the elevation is to get there?
most of the layout is at 43 inches. Um, if I was to start over, I would put it a little bit higher. But the entire layout is 43, except that some areas might go up to 47,
Okay.
especially in the other town of St. Eugene, where the other small yard is. It's a little bit higher up.
So,
Okay.
Lloyd, what's the overall size of the layout while we're talking heights and measurements?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's 40 feet by 20 feet, and it's L shape. So I'd say if you look at the longest one, it's 40 feet by 15. And then I think it's 15 by 16 for where the staging is.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
And I think that's a really neat idea you've done around the layout, doing it in different scenes of the seasons of the year, especially being in Canada where you get drastic differences from summer to winter. I mean, if we did it in Australia, it'd get darker earlier in winter.
Well, that's the way it was designed. It really helped in the decision of having the 4 seasons, because once, let's say you're in autumn, you cannot see summer, you cannot see winter, and you cannot see spring. And if you're in the summer, well, you don't see any of the other seasons either. And same thing for winter. Um, Most of the transitions were done okay. My autumn to winter is done. Where I'm having problems is winter to spring, because there's not a lot of spring pictures.
Okay.
A lot of autumn, but spring is hard to find. So that's been put aside for a while. And also my lighting. My lighting will have day, what do you call it? Early, late, yeah, like a yellowish morning or
Yep.
night,
Yeah.
and then the daylight and night. So that's another.
That's another wiring project that you've got to do. There's more wiring there.
Well, the wiring for the lights are all done. I'm just going to wait for Speed to show me how to program my lighting so that it changes color, where I don't have to use my little dial to do it
Right.
myself.
Yep. Okay. Let's have a look. There's a comment there from Dwight Molson beer, almost as good as Boston Lager. So
Almost.
yeah. So he says. We also got another comment there from him. The electrical on those doors is cool, and this is from a guy who one time said, "I don't know anything about electrical." So there you go. So that shows what can be done if you just apply a bit of knowledge. You don't have any prior knowledge of it, and with a few helping hands here and there, you can do whatever you want. And Andy wants to put his name down for the next op session when you get the remote set up, because he's in the north of London. It's a little hard for him to drop around, I think. I'll just have a look over on Facebook. I don't know if my Facebook's not working or what's happening, but we seem to not have any comments coming up on Facebook today. So, is that the same with you, Brad?
I can see there's 2 comments over there in Facebook. One is commenting on the idea of season change around the layout, so that's a very interesting concept. So that come up earlier on. I think the other one is from Doug, and it says, Lloyd, always good to see your work. I may need to make a trip up there to teach you how to solder the flex track on curves.
Yeah, there's now that I know how, like I said, it's, for the last it's going to be 6 years in November. So before 6 years, like I said, I knew nothing about this hobby. And I mean, if you ask people for help, you're going to find those answers.
Yes, well,
I'm going to ask Marty how he does his RC cars, or RC trucks, or.
Yes.
well, that's the beauty about the hobby, is there's so many different people that do different things, and like you said, you've created a layout like you have there. That's the first time you've ever built a layout. You're new to the hobby relatively, compared to a lot of people that have been doing it since they were little kids and the likes, and continued straight through. And it just goes to show what you can do when you put your mind to it.
And not that I want to brag about the NMRA, but I mean, NMRA has helped me a lot, being part of a division that's, if I have questions, I ask, and a lot of people are going to help. So
yes, yeah,
I'm very happy for that. Yeah.
No, that's great. Well, let's have a look back over here. If we got any other, Dwight saying Sparky 107 has a good video on soldering track on curves. So,
now I know there's a way where you
stagger the track.
You stagger the tracks, exactly, and you do that before curving your tracks.
Yeah,
and you do it on a straight. Yeah, that I've done. It's just I remember at the beginning having to solder wires to the track. It was a big blob. Now I know better.
We all do the same mistake. The first time I laid track down on a curve, everything used to derail off it, and then a guy came around and had a good chuckle and said, it looks like you got a 90-degree bend there, not a curve. So, yeah.
Yeah, so there's, I guess my background, which is engineering, civil engineering, really did help also.
Yes.
Like right now, I'm enjoying doing buildings.
Yes.
So I've been redoing my, like I said, my covered bridge, and I'm really enjoying it. It takes a lot of time, a lot of work, but man, I'm really enjoying it.
Well, I must say to everybody out there to keep an eye out for when Lloyd puts a clinic up regarding building interiors, because he is a prolific builder of interiors, and not only just the interiors, but creating a scene, a believable scene inside the building. So it's I've always been gobsmacked by some of the stuff that you've done on your building interiors. So keep an eye out for that. There'll be more of that coming up. Anyway, we're getting close to the hour. Is there anything else over on Facebook, Brad, or we?
No, I think we've covered most things there.
Okie dokes. Well, Lloyd, thanks a million for that. And you'll be back tomorrow with another clinic on getting your golden spike, I believe it is, or the road to a golden spike. And
everybody should get it. It's almost easy. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. So we'll have that tomorrow, and we'll catch up with you then. But many thanks for your time today, and we'll speak with you soon.
Okay. Take care, everybody.
Okay, so here we're back in the studio, and again, breaking news. This morning we had problems trying to get communication with Dave Abeleys for his op session and signalling and interlocking clinic. And we've now been able to reschedule that, I believe, for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Is that correct, Brad?
That is correct. We'll be back with him then.
Yep, and we're going to move the 2 clinics before lunch. They're going to move back, so Lloyd's clinic will be an hour later, and Ralph Renzetti's clinic will be an hour later. And that means we're not going to get a lunch break tomorrow, so it's going to be a big day. But anyway, it's good news that we've got Dave coming back on. Let's see, we're going to go and have some lunch now. So I believe Brad's going to load up the old Super 8 projector and put some video up of some layout tours, which I think we've got from Jerry. And we're going to go and grab something to eat, and we'll be back on the hour. So by all means, the chat room is still open at wearby.com/MRL-Aussies. There's a slide that'll be coming up shortly with that information on there. So you guys can also go over there and have a chat if you like. And we'll see you back here for our next clinic, which was, what's our next clinic after lunch?
I believe it's going to be Speed and Dave with some MQ trains.
So some NQ trains. So those that want to do some occupancy detection, controlling their points and bits and pieces with a homemade system that is as cheap as chips. Oh, speaking of chips, I'm going to have fish and chips for lunch. Yeah, join us after lunch, and we'll be back then. So if there's nothing else, the other thing as well is don't forget to go over to the YouTube channel and subscribe. Hit that notification button, and we will give you a little message every time we go live, so you won't miss the link, and you'll be able to come back straight in and join us. Anyhow, I reckon if I've covered all the bases, Brad, we'll move on.
Roll the video.
Roll the video. Start that projector.
Well, yes, I can pass these on.
You've got it. Of course you've got it. Okay, so I'll stick that in between there. I'll double check.
Oh, hang on.
The flat car. I think we should be told that.
It'll pull okay.
Take it out of service.
It'll pull okay. I've got another one here.
I thought you had 2 of them. Yeah. Does that one got KDs on it?
No, I think it's got. Yeah, I think it might. No.
So, what's the procedure now, Pete?
Well, we've got a scheduled departure time.
This must be uphill.
Yeah, it is. Oh, it is. Yes, it is. But we don't know how ready to next.
Zero for headlights. Zero for headlights.
And we're due at Cedar Junction at 1 o'clock. So it's time. So we're due at 12:45.
Excellent.
No, not right.
We're just running on sequence tonight. So.
Well, we can whiz round to Cedar Junction here. My wife, I guess. You got. Sorry, should have checked it. I'm seeing everywhere.
No, you've got your set outs for me? Because I've got 2 pickups for you.
Okay, we're going to pick up, have we? Carry on.
Have we got a pickup here?
There's 2 pickups, but is that going to make you
I think
overweight?
it'll put us overweight, yeah.
It's downhill, isn't it?
No, it's a wee bit uphill there, I think, through the tunnel, yeah. What am I picking up, Pete?
No, these 2.
I knew that.
Okay, forward.
You stuck there, John, eh?
Fine.
Sorry, John.
For my virgin,
my old
trains, be gentle. Gentle. Yes, quite.
I was just helping out with the reduction.
That's a very obliging move, that one, Pete.
He's got it.
Okay, you couple.
We're heading into
You want your couple?
highlight.
Alright.
good. Good.
If you want to come and charge it all the time, use number 7 at all.
Well, you could back number 7.
Come back and
Hey, brakes.
let you in, and I can do that.
You can back up. Yeah.
Well,
Have you got a cross anywhere or?
lost the control. Hang on, we're both about to enter the. But we can't. Yeah, we can't. Do
You want not to hold
No,
it?
you just hold it there because you.
I'll come back and wait here.
No, come on up because I'll run out thrown for the other guy.
Yes.
Cross them over there.
Okay.
Gee, that's tight.
Yes.
Well, they're starting to not really set up for 5 cars there. So they're going to run 4 or 5 with the short to boost the come in.
Okay, change that point. Which one? All clear? Thank you. It's uphill.
Yes, yeah, that's as big a train as I've seen here.
I'll give it down. 360. I reckon we've got this loco card. So we've got 360 loco card.
Well, that should be over there.
That should be over here somewhere.
That's over in Nevada City.
Yeah.
Put those two on the passing track or in the
Oh, this one. I think I've got an approximate idea of what I'm doing.
Breathe in.
I can't breathe in that far.
There's a limit to everything.
Oh, hang on. Now I've got a bit of a problem.
Right.
Well, it's Mary's shape. She never knew she bought it. And I've got,
doesn't know she's got it.
I've got licence to operate it. I want to reduce the sound, but to do that I've got to get over to Max's to program it.
Oh, just keep it.
Whoa! I've got to get those out of there at some stage. So I'm just going to drop these in here now, and then you're clear to
To do what we need to
come in
do.
there.
Well, he's clear to come into the station.
Yeah, you can bring yours in there because I'm just going to go in there. It won't pull them.
No, well,
Have you got any to drop off there?
no,
No drop-offs.
Oh, come on.
nothing at
Who
Marysville.
scheduled this stuff?
No, nothing to drop off.
You can see more from the other side.
When I did the car cards in that, Jerry, I followed Paul Scholes, sort of, tick the box here and the dot here and all
Yeah.
that, but it hasn't worked, obviously.
People at the depot are tearing the hair out.
We're right through, but we don't really want to go in there.
You've got to get the switcher out here and break up the train. Where do those cars go?
That's right.
Well, none of them are set out.
No,
Right,
but
well,
see, that,
yeah,
that,
that one,
goes
that
to
one,
the bar.
All the logs have been cleared from the log buggies, dropped into the log pond. The loco is now getting coupled up, ready to haul the empties back up the hill to where the trees are being cut and loaded.
Drill broken.
The loco is turned and is ready to run back around its train for the climb up to the logging area, where it will exchange the cars for loaded cars. The loco has to be at the back for safety reasons, and as you can see, it's a fairly steep climb up there to the staging yard. The loco will now bring the loaded cars out onto the departure track and put the empty trains on the back track, which is the arrival track, and then get ready to go back down the hill. a climax will come down from the logging camp, take the empties up to the logging area to put some more logs on. And the mallet is connecting to the loaded cars and will take them down the hill.
Welcome to the Northern Lakes Railway. This is a HO scale depiction of a modern New South Wales railway complex of industries. We have steelworks, we have a container terminal and port area, we have refineries and wheat silos and all the other typical industries. That is not set on any particular location, but it does describe and depict industries that look very New South Wales in character.
We're not that young on the yeah, although there's a stack of places and those they're contacting the first one.
Oh, sorry. Anyway. How far is he going?
I've been down the steelworks when Lou was working there, and they had a 70-tonner. I don't remember them seeing the SWs in it. It was on the market for 2 weeks, and sure enough, they never. Lately they have been, but for many years there they only they would never go on 2 weeks. Now, a bit different lately, but it wouldn't surprise me if the mountains have gone the same. There's a lot of people that live on the vine. It wasn't finished, so it was just a on the landscape. But we stored to hold the torch. Oh, you're right. We stored all our furniture, and then we rented a granny flat for 6 months while I finished work. It was a bit of fun actually living in this little granny flat with nothing to worry about. Yeah, we kept jackhammer.
Very lovely.
All my guys got my
excellent wirers, stuff all. There was Tony speaking, right? And I was just trying everything in them and turn them over to them.
I've seen people doing this.
Yeah.
There we go.
Stop when you stop. Oh.
Okay, we're back here. We've had our lunch. I had some lovely fish and chips from a Japanese restaurant down the road from here. So you can share in the chat when you come back what you had. But anyway, we've got to shut the stream down now because the good old electrons given to us by Facebook and YouTube don't like working more than about 4 hours in a go. So we're going to restart the stream. So this one will be closing down. It'll disconnect, and then you'll have a video start playing, which won't be our stream, but it'll probably come from NMRAx back catalogue. So it may look like our stream. Turn that off. Have a look in your notifications if you've signed up, and you should have a link to the new stream. If not, go to the Facebook or the YouTube NMRA pages, and you'll see the live stream there. Just click on it, and you'll be back in. Anyhow, we'll refresh the electrons, and we'll be back in a little while.